Good morning at the jail.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Oh.
Would you like to see the Spanish-speaking client first?
Yes, please. I believe it's Ms. Lizafer, if I'm saying that remotely correctly.
Yes, I do not know. However, Your Honor, I also wanted to let you know I spoke to everyone who is STEPS eligible or could be screened for the STEPS program.
Okay.
They are all interested in the program except Mr. Alexander Obregon.
Okay.
And so I think he might benefit from having you going over the program with him, but everyone else is interested.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
And good morning, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter on the line.
All right, thank you very much. And good morning, ma'am. Could you please tell me your name?
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, ¿me dice su nombre?
Rebeca.
Rebeca.
And your last name as well, please.
También su apellido.
Blazefer.
Blazefer.
All right. Ms. Blazefer, this is your initial appearance.
Mi señora Blazefer, esta es su comparecencia inicial.
I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed escape in the third degree, driving under the influence, and failure to obey a police officer.
Y tengo los cargos en su contra que se alega que usted, como delito de tercer grado, de conducir bajo la influencia de las drogas o alcohol y de no... an interpreter would like Your Honor to request for the third one, fail to...
Sure, yeah, failure to obey a police officer.
Y por no obedecer a un oficial o un agente de policía.
You do have the right to remain silent. You are presumed innocent of these allegations, and anything you say about them could be used against you.
Usted tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio y cualquier cosa que diga se puede utilizar en su contra.
In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, along with the state's recommendation and the interim complaint.
Y para prepararme para su audiencia, yo revisé todos los informes de servicios previos al juicio, de la recomendación de la fiscalía y también la queja interina.
The state's recommending that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Ms. Seamanette Keller, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
La fiscalía está recomendando que usted sea liberada bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio y le pregunta a la abogada defensora si hay alguna objeción. Dice que no hay objeción.
So, ma'am, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services with certain conditions.
Y señora, entonces la voy a dejar en libertad bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio con unas condiciones.
Those conditions include that you not drive without a valid driver's license and that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Y estas condiciones es que usted no puede conducir sin tener una licencia válida para conducir y que tiene prohibido consumir drogas o alcohol.
And because you're being supervised by pretrial services, please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with.
Y como usted va a estar bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio, por favor, cumple, obedece el monitoreo y los tratamientos que le indiquen en los servicios previos al juicio.
Your next court date is a preliminary hearing that's going to be on April 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Su próxima fecha de corte es una audiencia preliminar. Va a ser el 22 de abril a la 1:30 de la tarde.
And I have not said this yet, but I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, ma'am.
Todavía no lo he dicho, pero voy a nombrar a la Defensoría del Condado de Pima para que la represente.
So please stay in contact with them as your case plays out.
Entonces, por favor, manténgase en contacto con ellos mientras está el proceso su caso.
And it's important that you come back to future court dates because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Y es importante que usted se presente a todas sus fechas futuras de corte porque si usted no se presenta, se puede emitir una orden de arresto en su contra. ¿Lo comprende?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're excused.
Muchas gracias y ya se puede retirar.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I do not have a copy of PCAO recommendation. I know I'm covering for another attorney. I was wondering if I could receive a copy, please.
Yeah, I can actually, just a second.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I just forwarded that to Ms. Simon Keller as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Just received it. Thank you so much.
Yep, no
Thank you.
problem. And Madam,
If there's no,
yes, you may be excused. Thank you very much. You read my mind.
thank you, Honor. Interpreter will now disconnect.
Yep, have a good day.
You too.
Good morning, sir.
Or,
Please tell me your name.
oh, no, remember,
Renwick. I am seeing you this morning on, let's see. Looks like it relates to a failure to appear in relation to a court order for a first degree misdemeanor. So give me just a second here. Let me take a look at this. It looks like you're also being seen on an FDA out of, or not an FDA. You've got a, yeah, you do have a spirit court hold. So if you haven't been seen by the judge on that, you will soon. And I'm not talking with you about that today. That's not on the agenda, but you will talk with the judge about that soon. So as it relates to this Saurita matter, it looks like it relates to some sort of failure to comply. So in any event, sir, if I release you as it relates to that matter, will you come back to court, assuming that you're out of custody for your next court date?
yes,
Okay. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to release you on this matter, sir. Your next court date is going to be on April 28th. It's going to be at 8:30 in the morning in Saurita Municipal Court. You're going to get paperwork that says the address and the day and the time of this, but April 28th, 8:30 down in Saurita. It's important that you come back to that hearing down there, sir, because if you do not do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. If you still happen to be in custody at that time, then you'll probably be seen on video. So that'll take care of that. But if you are out of custody, sir, find a way to get down there, please. All right. Do you understand?
and you can put a little longer of your time credit first.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yeah. So what I'm going
Thank
to do, no problem. I'm going to impose a $100 cash secured bond that will ensure that you get time credit for that, sir. And in light of the court date changing, well, in light of the bond situation changing, your court date's going to move up. It's going to be to April 7th at 3:00 in the afternoon. And if you're going to be in custody for the, prolonged period of time, you may be able to get it resolved in some way, shape, or form on the 7th, but that's your next court date. So that'll be on Tuesday the 7th, 3:00 in the afternoon, and you should be seen on video, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you got it. Have a good day. Oh, sorry. These new folders? Good morning.
Good morning,
Please tell me your name.
Joy Addy.
All right, Miss Addie, this is your initial appearance. Give me just a moment. I'm seeing things. I'm seeing you on a matter out of Pima County Justice Court. I'm also seeing you on a matter out of Tucson City Court. The Justice Court matter relates to a failure to appear in relation to an allegation that you committed an assault, which is a misdemeanor. That's alleged to have happened back on August 14th of 2022. So it's a bit old. And then as to the city court matter, that alleges that you committed criminal trespass in the first degree. And that is alleged to have happened back in August of 2022 as well. So August 3rd of 2022. On both of these matters, ma'am, you are presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent as it relates to any of the allegations, and anything you say about them could be used against you. Okay, so give me just a moment. And it does appear that you were previously released to pretrial services on at least one of these two cases. So for that reason, ma'am, I am going to impose a bond on the Justice Court matter. That's going to be a $250 cash or secured bond. And give you an attorney as well. That attorney is going to be William Parvin is his name. And your court date, ma'am, it's going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you're still in custody, basically, if you don't post the bond, you'll be seen on video for that court date. If you do post the bond, then it's important that you come down to justice court tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, a warrant will likely issue for your arrest. The address for justice court, if you're unaware, will be on the paperwork that you get. So that court date tomorrow, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Also, please have no contact with the alleged victim. I'm ordering that as a condition, ma'am. And that takes care of that one. We're going to move on to the city court matter now. And as to that failure to appear on that case, I'm going to release you. And your next court date on that one is going to be for what's called a non-transport review. And so that I'm going to set on May 15th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And if you're out of custody by then, which I would imagine that you probably will be if these are the only two things that you have going on, it's important that you come down to court for that hearing, because if you don't do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. And just a second, the court is also going to order that you not go back to the incident location where this criminal trespass is alleged to have occurred. And that looks like that was at 1240 West Ajo. So just a second. Appears to be an apartment complex, something like that. So please don't go back to what appears to be maybe an apartment, Santa Cruz Apartments. So please don't go back there, ma'am. And as to this matter, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear. However, because I'm holding you in the other matter, I'm going to appoint the city PD to represent you in this matter, ma'am. So you have an attorney on that case as well. Couple final things from me, and then we'll be done. So it's important that you come back, because you'll get a warrant if you don't, like I said. And then the second thing is that not only could you get a warrant if you don't come back to court, but on the city court matter, trial could go forward in your absence. And if you were convicted at the trial that happened in your absence and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you didn't come to court, then you would lose the ability to appeal your conviction. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Cody Magnus, Megnus.
Thank you very much. Just a moment. All right, so this is your initial appearance, sir. I'm seeing you on a couple charges of disorderly conduct, both of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence, both of which are alleged to have happened yesterday about a little after 5 in the afternoon. So on both of those charges, sir, you're presumed innocent. And just a second. Anything you say about the charges could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent, of course. So, sir, if I release you, will you come back to court? And just a second here. Also, if I release you, sir, the court is additionally going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victims, who are David Magnus and Penny Magnus. And I say that because typically before these sort of court hearings, pretrial services will try to see if input from the victims can be received about whether or not they're okay with you having contact with them, returning to their residence, things like that. They were not able to get in contact with them. So because I don't know how they feel about all this, I'm going to order that you have no contact with them. Are you willing to comply with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have, do you live at a different address, sir?
No, those are the two people I live with.
Okay. Do you have a different place that you could go to in the short term?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just a second.
I might be able to get like a hotel for a couple of days or something.
Okay. And it is also something where if it turns out that they are okay with you having contact with them and it turns out that they are okay with you returning to the residence, then that's fine. However, you need to have a judge change that condition before you start going back there. Does that make sense, sir?
Yes.
So I am going to release you in light of that information, and I'm going to set your next court date. It's going to be an arraignment that's going to be on April 13th. So that's Monday, April 13th, 10:30 in the morning. That's going to be in Justice Court downtown. You're going to get paperwork that has the address on it. As I said, I'm going to have ordered for today's sake that you have no contact with the alleged victims. Do not go to the victim's residence. And also, sir, that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And then it's important that you come back to court, sir, because if you do not come back to court, then a warrant will likely issue for your arrest. And if you are the victims, if you need to have that condition changed based on the fact that your parents are okay with contact still, you can file a motion with the court to do that. I mean, you could take it up on the 13th, but if you want it resolved sooner than the 13th, you'd need to file a motion with the courthouse downtown. You can do that just by coming in and filling out a document, and the address for the courthouse is going to be on the paperwork you get, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, sir, you are excused. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Julie Pete.
All right, Miss Peets. Seen you on a matter out of South Tucson City Court. And it relates to, let's see, an allegation that you committed a shoplifting, a criminal trespass, and then also that you disobeyed a lawful order. You're presumed innocent of these three allegations, ma'am. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent as well. So if I release you, ma'am, will you come back to court?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to do. And so your next court date is going to be April 21st, 10 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be in South Tucson City Court. You're going to get the paperwork that has the address for that courthouse if you're not familiar with where it is. So a couple other things I'm going to order, ma'am, is that you not go back to the incident location, which is it's a Walgreens. It's alleged to be a Walgreens down there in South Tucson. So please don't go back to that Walgreens. And that's going to take care of it, other than to let you know, ma'am, that you got to come back to court, because if you don't come back to court, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. And also, once you get released from the jail, ma'am, there's a place that's right around the corner from the jail. I mean, it's like literally on the same property. It's called the Transition Center. It has resources for folks that may benefit from that as it relates to, different things that can kind of help you get back on your feet as you're released from the jail and head back down to South Tucson. If you're interested in what they have to offer, ma'am, resources and so forth, please head over there. I believe there's actually a little path that's on the sidewalk, like a blue path, that if you walk that path from where you get out of the jail, there's a trailer on the property that can help you out with resources, getting a phone, potentially things like that, if you need that sort of support. Okay, you understand? All right, thanks. Your excuse. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Please tell me your name.
Ryan Kisaki Reeves, sir.
All right, thank you. Just a moment. So, thank you. All right, Mr. Silky Reeves, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that allegedly you failed to appear in relation to possession of a prescription-only drug. It's actually a warrant, not a charge. So it's a warrant relating to an allegation of failing to appear in relation to a prescription-only drug possession, and then possession of drug paraphernalia. So as to those matters, sir, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you And think you may have a Superior Court hold because I recall seeing you on a matter in Superior Court. So give me just a second.
Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, so you're probably going to be, well, I'm only talking about the misdemeanor today. So what I'm going to do,
And the only reason I have a failure to appear, sir, is I got injured and it's greatly limited my mobility.
got it. I understand. So what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on this misdemeanor. That will help you get time credit for that. And your next court date on that's going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll be seen on video from the jail. And
I have surgery tomorrow morning, sir.
oh, you do? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me not do that then. I'm going to
I'll
release.
be out.
Yeah, I'm going to release.
I'm sorry, I'll be at Banner, Maine at
Okay.
8 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know when I'll be released.
No, you're good. Thank you for letting me know that. That's helpful. So I'm going to set your next court date instead on the 13th. That's going to be at 8:30 in the morning. I am going to release you in light of that. And when I say release, just as to this case. So you'll have your court date. You'll probably be seen on video, assuming that you're still in custody on the 13th, and that will be on video at Justice Court. And it may be something where just let the prosecutor know at the time of that hearing that you are in, I mean, he's going to see that you're in custody. Let him know how long you've been in custody for, because if you're interested in resolving the case at that time, then you might have the ability to do it and just check this off your list if you're interested in doing that. You, of course, have the right to go to trial on it, and you are presumed innocent, so you're under no obligation to agree to anything. But just as an FYI, that may be an option for you on the 13th, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that'll take care of that, sir. And other than letting you know that you need to come back to court if you're out of custody, because you'll get a warrant if you don't, that's it for today, sir. Have a good day.
Yes, sir.
19, okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir, Your Honor.
Could you please tell me your name?
Ryan Michael McEntee.
All right, just a second. Tell me that again, sir. What's your name?
Ryan Michael McEntee.
I'm not.
Dr. Ryan Michael McEntee.
Gail, what's this individual's name? Do we have a ID on it?
Yes, Your Honor. His name is in fact Ryan Michael McEntee. McEntee.
Correct.
I'm not seeing him on the list. Was he added?
But they were going to release me.
Hang on a second, sir. I'll come back to you in a second.
No, Your Honor, this is the list we had him on this morning as well.
Yeah, we don't have him on our list here, so we don't have anything on him. I believe he's going to need to be continued to this evening because we have no information on him at all. We don't even show him on the list. So
Can I elect to tell you what I'm charged with at all?
no, I appreciate you offering to do that, sir, but we're going to need to continue your matter to this evening because you did not make the cutoff as far as the list that we received.
So you just don't have my information there. Right?
So you'll be seen this evening at 7 p.m. So you'll be seen at 7 p.m. this evening instead of right now. It's possible you may be released at that time. It's just given that we don't have any information on you besides what you're telling me, sir. And
Well, I have a connection to a CAS homeless ID is my ID. It's in my papers and stuff. It's a picture ID. My photo ID was stolen and I've got.
Yeah, unfortunately, sir, we're going to need to continue you to this evening. Okay. So thank you, sir. You'll be seen this evening. So please just hang in there for a few hours. You'll be seen tonight. Thank you.
About talking over you, Your Honor.
Right. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Defendant,
Nathan Anthony Soto. Is he speaking to us?
Your Honor, if you're speaking to us, we cannot hear you. We can. We,
can you hear me now?
yes, Your Honor,
Okay,
we can.
there. My apologies. So, sir, this is your initial appearance. You've been charged with assault and disorderly conduct, both of which are alleged to be acts of, not acts of domestic violence, both of which are alleged to be misdemeanors. You are presumed innocent of them. You do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say about them could be used against you. So, just a moment, sir. If I release you, sir, are you willing to have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim and come back to court?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Given that you're telling me that, I am going to release you. Give me just a moment. So have no
Oh.
have no contact. Yeah, Nicholas Townsend is a victim.
Oh.
So please don't have any contact with him. And you're going to be released on your promise to appear. Do not go back to the incident location, please. And your next court date, it's going to be in front of Judge Mayhew in City Court. You're going to get paperwork that says this. It's going to be on May 1st, so the first day of May.
Oh, okay.
And that's going to be at 9:30 in the morning. And a couple things, and then we're going to be done. That's going to be for a pretrial. It's important that you come back to court, sir, because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. That's number one. And number two is that trial could go forward in your absence. If trial went forward in your absence without you being present, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction if you did not show up within 90 days of that conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
All right.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Morning, Jose Noriega.
I'm Noriega. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a felony matter that alleges that you possess a narcotic drug and that you possess drug paraphernalia. You are presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as well. And so you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And to that end, I'm appointing the Pima County legal defender to represent you, sir. Ms. Seamanette Keller, seated to your left, she's going to help you out for the purpose of today's hearing. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information for pretrial services, the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services and set what's called a steps court hearing. So, Ms. Seamanette Keller, you need to be heard further on that?
No, Your Honor, we're also asking for release to pretrial services.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do, sir. I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Court's additionally going to order that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, possess no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 18th. That's May 18th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And I believe Ms. Seamanette Keller spoke with you about this already, but I just want to give you a brief rundown of steps because it's important and it's a pretty good opportunity, assuming that you're eligible for it. It looks like you're eligible for that program called STEPS. So the way it works, sir, is that if you're eligible for it and you comply with the conditions, basically you complete some drug treatment and you stay in contact with the pretrial services, then the entire case can be dismissed. So you're getting a felony case dismissed before you even get indicted, let alone convicted. So that's a pretty good opportunity. It sounds like that's something that you're interested in learning more about. You don't have to obligate yourself to anything, but just hearing more about it. And so what's important, sir, is that you come back to your next court date, which is going to be 1 week from today. That's Thursday, April 9th, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Superior Court in front of Judge Miller on the 3rd floor. Come back to court 1 week from today and learn more about that program, please, because if you don't show up to court, you could lose the ability to participate in it. You could get a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, you can start.
Thank you.
Good.
Good morning. Rita Hagopian.
This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a narcotic drug, you possessed a dangerous drug, and you possessed drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of all three of these allegations, ma'am. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about the case could be used against you. All right, so you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and so I'm going to appoint an attorney from the Pima County Legal Defender's Office. And so in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash and secured bond and set a steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Seaman-Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor. She has 0 prior violent conviction, is currently not a violent offense. She's also could potentially be steps eligible, which also means that she will be able to get treatment sooner if she's released. And then her ID verified her address. And then one moment, Your Honor, she's trying to.
Sure.
She also just informed me that she was on the phone with Heaven Residential, and that they will have a bed for her next week. They did the intake with her and all the screening apparently yesterday.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to hear. I am going to hold you in custody, ma'am, on a $1,000 bond. The reason why I'm doing that is because you appear to be on felony probation on at least one matter, if not 2 matters from other counties. And so if it is, in fact, and if that bed at the Haven is ready to go, then your attorney can file a motion to modify and potentially have a judge release you at a later point so that you can take advantage of that opportunity at the Haven. So that's not outright prohibiting it, but the court is imposing that $1,000 cash secured bond today. And so please stay in contact with your attorney. That's really important that you do that. Additionally, the court is going to order that you will be supervised by pretrial services if that bond gets posted. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs is another order of the court. And your preliminary hearing is going to be on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. However, it looks like you're eligible for a program called STEPS. I believe Ms. Seaman-Keller's mentioned that to you both in this hearing and prior to that. And so it's a good opportunity, assuming that you're eligible for it. So is that something that you're interested in learning more about, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to set a court date for you. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's on Thursday, April 9th at 9 o'clock in the morning in front of Judge Miller, 3rd floor of Superior Court. If you're in custody, you'll be brought to court for that hearing. If you're out of custody, then you will need to come back to Superior Court a week from today for that hearing. Because if you do not do that, then you could lose the ability to participate in STEPS. And if you're eligible for it, as I'm sure you were told, you could potentially have your case dismissed, which is it's a good opportunity, ma'am. And to the extent that you could benefit from some support as it relates to a substance abuse problem, you get that along the way as well. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You're excused. Have a good day. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Joe Florida, Belmont.
So we've seen you on a warrant of Pima County Superior Court alleging that you committed 5 counts of child or vulnerable adult abuse, and then also 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence. You're presumed. Looks like it relates to a driving under the influence allegation. So, and so you're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as well. And it looks like the incident is alleged to happen back in July of 2022. And so, in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information on the warrant, along with the information from pretrial services. And so, and the state is requesting a $2,500 bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further on that?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Simonet Keller?
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking for Mr. Mullen to be given a chance to show in person. So if he could be released to pretrial services, if Your Honor is not inclined to do that, we are asking for a low bond, lower than the 2,500, as Mr. Cullen is indigent, he's homeless and unemployed, so he wouldn't be able to pay such a high amount.
All right, just a second. All right, sir. So I am going to hold you on an $1,100 cash secured bond. If you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm going to set your next court date as a preliminary hearing. I'm sorry, it's going to be an arraignment, actually. My apologies on that. An arraignment 1 week from today. It's at 1:30 in the afternoon in Pima County Superior Court. And if you post that bond, sir, you get out of custody. The court is ordering that you not drive without a valid driver's license, and that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And so that takes care of it, sir, other than to advise that you need to come back to court, because if you don't do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest, okay? So thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Your Honor, who was assigned to his case, please?
Oh, good question. PD? It's going to be PD representing Mr. Mullen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Ignacio Holguin.
All right, Mr. Holguin, just a moment. So I'm seeing you on a few different matters. So I'm seeing you on, looks like a total of 4 things. Just a second. So I'm seeing you on 1 new charge that alleges that you committed organized retail theft. That's a felony. And then 3 failures to appear, 2 out of Tucson City Court, 1 out of South Tucson City Court. On all these matters, sir, you are presumed innocent. The failures to appear out of the misdemeanor courthouses, 2 of them relate to possession of drug paraphernalia. 1 relates to a theft allegation. You do have the right to remain silent as it relates to all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing and review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,500 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Seaman Keller.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We are asking for release to pretrial services for Mr. Olgan to be given a chance. He has no prior violent conviction, is currently not a violent offense. Pretrial also noted that he needs assessment for substance abuse and mental health, which will be easier for him to get if he's out of custody. And also his priors are old, the last one from 2021. And lastly, it's also noted in the pretrial report that he is employed as a laborer, so he will be losing his job if he remains in custody.
Thank you very much. So the court is going to hold Mr. Olguin on a $1,500 1500 cash secured bond. The court does note that he's a 6 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale according to pretrial services, and a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. Additionally, sir, if you post that bond, then you're going to be ordered to not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Do not go back to Hobby Lobby, which appears to be up there on Oracle, which is south of McGee, I believe. So please don't go back to that location. Your next court date's a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 13th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And that takes care of the felony. Oh, one last thing. You will be supervised by pretrial services if you post that bond. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Now let's talk about the South T matter. The matter at the South Tucson City Court alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a theft allegation. On that, sir, I'm going to release you. Your next court date on that is going to be on April 21st at 10 o'clock in the morning. And that's going to be in South Tucson City Court. So if you're still in custody, sir, you'll be seen on video for that. Most likely. If you're out of custody, you need to get down to City Court down in South Tucson to take care of that, sir. So one more order there is that you not go back to the incident location in that case. So please don't do that. And if there was a victim involved, have no contact with that victim. And that takes care of that. Now we're going to talk about the two city matters and we'll be done. So the two matters out of Tucson City Court, again, alleged failure to appear, both of which involve drug paraphernalia allegations. And on that, sir, I am going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond. I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you, sir. Order that you not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. Your next court date on that is going to be on April 10th for a video review at 1:45 in the afternoon. It's going to be in front of Judge Cranshaw. One last thing, sir, and then we'll be done, is you need to come back to court on these, because if you don't, you'll get a new warrant for your arrest, and you'll probably be in the same seat you're in right now. And also, if you don't come to court on the city court stuff, then you could have the trial go forward in your absence, and if you were convicted at that trial without being present, sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you'd lose the ability to appeal the conviction, sir. Do you understand?
Yeah, so I'm being held on two charges, right?
Yeah, you're being held. Yeah, there's 3 different courthouses, 3 different hearing dates. I'm holding you on 2 out of the 3. So you're being held on the city, held on the felony, and then not on the South Tucson. Okay. Have a good day, sir. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Miguel Ángel Alvarado Hernández.
All right, so this, sir, is your initial appearance. Just a moment. And I'm seeing you on an allegation, sir, that you committed driving under the influence, aggravated driving under the influence, I should say. It's alleged to have happened yesterday. You are presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. And you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,500 cash secured bond. It does appear, sir, that you may also be on felony probation as it relates to a matter out of Superior Court here in Tucson. And so, jail, is there a hold in place?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, given his status of being on probation and his prior felony history, I believe a bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you. Ms. Simonette Keller?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor. His father confirmed that he can stay with him, use his residence for mailing purposes, and his father can also offer transportation. He has verified full-time employment. There is no prior violent conviction, and he also has zero prior failure to appear in the past 2 years.
So the court is going to impose that $1,500 cash secured bond, sir. So if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial service. Actually, I'm not going to add that. If you post that bond, you get out of custody, sir. The court is ordering that you report to your probation officer within 48 hours of your release from custody. All right. Additionally, sir, you're going to be ordered to not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no driving without a valid driver's license, no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 13th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And, excuse me. So please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender. They can tell you more about that, sir. Also, if you do get out of custody, it's important that you come back to court, because if you don't do that, then a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
This one.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
Hi, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
Joshua Franklin Lee Benny.
Right. Second. So, Mr. Bennett, I'm seeing you on a bunch of things here, so give me a minute. Seeing you on, looks like two new felony allegations, each of which allege the simple possession of drugs. And then I'm also seeing you on warrants alleging failure to appear at a Tucson City Court for possession of drug paraphernalia, 2 of those, and then we have a theft allegation. The 3 failures to appear relate back to cases that happened in 2018.
Yeah, I was in the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
hospital, but I missed those recently.
Okay. All right, so just a second. So in order to prepare, and so you do have the right to remain silent on all these matters. Anything you say about them could be used against you. So, and you're presumed innocent, of course. So in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information in the interim complaints, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 bond on one of the 2 cases, and then a $2,000 on the other of the 2 felony cases. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, Mr. Bennett does have prior felony convictions, and he is a 6 out of 6 on the NCA and FTA scales. For that reason, Your Honor, and because of the multiple violations and failures to appear there in front of the court today, I think the bonds are appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Simonette Keller.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? He would like to talk to me.
Yeah, go for it.
Your Honor, we are asking for release to pretrial services for both cases. It's currently not a violent offense. His prior all from 2015. He's eligible for steps and interested in the program. He also just told me that he currently has a job and he has a house he can go back to. However, if Your Honor is not inclined, we're asking for a low bond for both matters, please.
All right, thank you very much. So on the
Your Honor, can I say something?
probably not a
One
good
second,
idea.
no.
Yeah, talk to your attorney first.
We all good, Your Honor.
You. So, sir, I am going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond on the Marana matter, and then it's going to be a $2,000 cash secured bond on the other matter. Your next court date on that, well, I'm setting a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Public defender's your attorney. Court's going to order no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you post the bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that you are asked to comply with. Also, it sounds like you heard some information from Ms. Simonette Keller about the STEPS program. You might be eligible for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a STEPS court hearing too. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on April 9th at 9 o'clock in the morning. 9 o'clock in the morning, sir. It's important that you come back to that hearing if you're interested in learning more about STEPS, because if you don't, then you may lose the ability to do it. And the way STEPS works is that if you're eligible for it, you agree to complete some treatment, and you complete some treatment, stay in contact with pretrial services along the way, then the whole case gets dismissed before you ever get indicted. So it's a good opportunity, sir. So I'm setting that hearing a week from today, so please come back for that. If you're not in custody, if you're in custody, you'll be brought to court. So that takes care of the first one. We're going to move on to the second one now. And as I said, that's going to be a $2,000 cash secured bond, same preliminary hearing date as it relates to that. And that's the 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Pretrial services, if that bond is posted. And that takes care of that. Then we're going to move to the city matters. And on those 3 city matters, court's going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on the city matters. Your next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be on April 10th at 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Cranshaw for a pretrial. Court's going to order that you have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim as it relates to that theft allegation. And going to appoint the city public defender to represent you, sir. Last thing, and then we're done, is that you need to come back to court for future court dates if you're out of custody, because if you don't, you're going to get a warrant. You'll probably be back in the same seat you're in right now. So that's number one. Number two is that trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial because you weren't present for the trial and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, then you would lose the ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused.
This one.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Just tell me your name.
Don Butt.
But this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges you possessed a dangerous drug, and You're presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for the hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash or secured bond instead of steps court hearing. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, the bond is because of Mr. Bupp's criminal history. His prior felony convictions are, I would say, concerning in nature. Some of them are quite old. But given the felony history, Your Honor, I believe some sort of bond is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman Keller.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services. As mentioned, the priors are quite old. He also has zero prior failure to appear in the past 2 years. His wife verified his address. He can go back to live with her. She can also offer transportation, and he can use her address for mailing purposes. He also has a full-time employment that is verified, which he would be losing if he is held on a bond and in custody. And lastly, he is he could be screened for the STEPS program, and which means he might also need some substance abuse assessment, which would be easier for him to get if he's out of custody.
Wait just a second. Okay. Thank you for being here, ma'am. So I am going to release you, sir, but give me just a second. And the court also, taking another look at the interim complaint, I should have noted this sooner, finds that there is no probable cause as it relates to the information in the interim complaint because it is the statute referenced is a dangerous drug. The drug mentioned is a dangerous drug. When I say mention, it's in the charge line. However, the drug described is a narcotic drug. So what that means, sir, is that I'm going to release you today on this case. Doesn't mean that the case is dismissed. The county attorney's office can, if they so choose, can fix the issue with the charge that I mentioned and indict you later. But you're going to be released on this case today. And counsel, are you willing to waive time on the preliminary hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, in light of that, we're going to set the preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 18th. That's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon. And additionally, sir, as Ms. Simonette Keller, I think may have mentioned to you, it looks like you're eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a good opportunity. Assuming that you're eligible for it, it would give you the ability to complete some drug treatment and stay in contact with pretrial services while your case plays out. And assuming that you take care of business on that and you're eligible for the program, the entire case would be dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. So it's a good opportunity. Are you interested in learning more about that, sir?
Yeah.
All right, good. So we're going to set a court date 1 week from today. It's going to be on Thursday, April 9th, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in Superior Court downtown. And it's on the 3rd floor in front of Judge Miller. It's important that you come down to that court date because if you don't do that, sir, you could lose the ability to participate in that program. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just release. Sorry, I dropped the sheet. Yeah. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just tell me your name.
Tyler Colton, you step.
Step, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple charges that allege that you, it's actually a warrant out of Pinal County in relation to a driving under the influence allegation. So,
Yeah.
a second. The amount on the warrant is $25,000 out of Pinal County. Looks like you may also have a local matter.
Yeah, I just went to.
You just-
Sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks like, yeah, you just took a plea, I believe is what you were saying, sir. And I do show that at pretrial services as well. You have a sentencing scheduled for May 13th.
Yes, sir.
So just a second. So in this, I am going to hold you on the requested bond out of Pinal County. What we're going to do is we're going to set a review hearing for you on the matter here. That's going to be on April 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's basically just to check the status of the local charge that you're going to be sentenced on May 13th, apparently, versus the needing to get back up to Pinal. So if you come back on the 30th and things aren't done here locally, which it doesn't sound like they will be, then we would continue the hearing here a month, and then we'll see what happens as far as you getting back up to Pinal. So the idea is finish up your Pima County stuff, then you'd go back to Pinal. So in any event, sir, that takes care of that. And so last thing is that if you do get out of custody, sir, you got to make it up to Pinal and check in with the courthouse to issue for your arrest. You understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Mr. Harris?
No.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Just tell me your name.
John Harris.
Harris, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed DV assault, impeding breathing. So you are presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about the matter could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. And just a second, it's going to be the Pima County Public Defender's Office going to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $50,000 cash secured bond, and anything further, Mr. Kaler.
Your Honor, I would simply note that this case does involve an allegation of intimate partner strangulation, which statistically is associated with high lethality interactions in the future. So, Your Honor, given the risk to the potential risk to the victim of Mr. Harris's release, we're asking for the bond.
Thank you very much. Ms. Minute Keller.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have one moment? Please?
Sure.
Apology. Okay, Your Honor, we are asking for release to pretrial services based on the pretrial services report. He has no prior failure to appear in the past 2 years. His father also mentioned that he can stay with him and use his address for mailing purposes, and he can also offer transportation. And Mr. Harris just confirmed that the alleged victim does not live there or apparently even in the state, so there will be no issue of contact.
All right, thank you very much. So the court has concerns based on the information presented in the interim complaint, specifically the fact that this was witnessed, or I mean, just the allegations unto themselves, plus the fact that it was apparently witnessed and corroborated by a third party. For that reason, the court's going to impose that $30,000 cash, a $30,000 cash secured bond. Not quite what the state's requesting, but nevertheless, the state believes that Mr. Harris may pose a danger to the victim. So that's the bond. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on Monday, the 13th of April. That's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, excuse me. And if you do post a bond, sir, you get out of custody. Court's going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence. You're also being alleged, regardless of whether you're in or out of custody, sir, to have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victims. No contact means no contact. No calling from the jail, no messaging from the jail, no Facebooking out of the jail, no nothing. No TikTok, no nothing. No in-person, no nothing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Additionally, you're going to be ordered to not go to the victim's residence and work or the incident location. So that should take care of it, sir. Other than to let you know that if you do get out of custody, sir, you got to come back to court, because if you don't do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest, okay?
Thank you, sir.
You got it. Have a good day.
Who is assigned to his case, Your Honor?
That is PD.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Here.
Michael Harris.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Please send your
Michael
name.
Harris.
All right, thank you. Redmond Mine. All right, so this, sir, is your initial appearance, and I'm seeing you on allegations that you committed aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, 2 counts of that, and then 1 count of discharging a firearm in the city limits. You're presumed innocent of these allegations, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $30,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Seaminute Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services. He has 0 prior conviction. It's also noted that there is no prior failure to appear in the past 2 years. His cousin confirmed that he can use his address for mailing purposes, and also he can stay with him, and his cousin can offer transportation and is offering third-party custody. He has full-time employment that is verified, and he has been in Tucson for the past 25 years of his life. I mean, 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
That would be it, Your Honor.
So the court is going to hold Mr. Harris on a $25,000 cash secured bond. If you post that bond, sir, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Additional orders are that you consumer possess no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms or weapons, you must surrender those firearms or weapons to a local law enforcement agency. Court's additionally going to order that you have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. Public defender is your attorney. As I said, next court date's a preliminary hearing on April 13th. And so please stay in contact with your attorney, sir. They can tell you more about that. And you need to come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Thanks.
This way. Harris, back one.
Good morning, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Teresa Hernandez.
Ms. Hernandez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed shoplifting, that is alleged to be a felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, alleged to be a felony, and then criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, which is a misdemeanor. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations. You do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say about these matters could be used against you. In order to prepare for the hearing, you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, I should say that. You are going to be represented by the public defender's office, ma'am. So I'm appointing an attorney from their office to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, Ms. Hernandez does appear to have significant risk of failing to appear. Despite that, Your Honor, there is a lack of felony history, and given the nature of the allegations in the interim complaint, I believe release to pretrial could be appropriate to give her an opportunity to appear and hopefully engage in treatment out of custody.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Seaminute Keller?
Your Honor, we're also asking for release to pretrial services so she can be given a chance to appear in person as well.
All right, thank you. So, ma'am, the information that I have is that you present is a pretty high risk of not coming back to court. But Mr. Kaler is correct that you don't have, and Ms. Seaminute Keller advocates well too, but that you don't have any other criminal history as far as I can tell. So I got a question for you. If I release you on this case, will you do 2 things? Will you not go back to Walmart, and will you come back to your court dates?
Yes.
Okay.
I will come.
All right.
I will not go back to Walmart, and I will come to my court date.
All right. Thank you. In light of that, I'm going to release you, ma'am, to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 22nd at 1:30. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not go back to Walmart. And then that should take care of it, other than to let you know that you need to come back to future court dates, because if you don't do that, ma'am, you will get a warrant for your arrest, and you'll probably be in the same seat that you're in right now, and you may not be released that time, okay?
Okay.
Yep, have a good day, ma'am.
Mr. Hobbs?
Morning, Your Honors.
Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Hobbs, William Emrich.
Mr. Hobbs, sir, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. So I am seeing you on a warrant out of Mojave County that alleges that you were non-compliant as it relates to paying child support. You are presumed innocent of that allegation. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. Just a second. So Mojave County is asking that I hold you on a $100 cash only bond. And just a second. I'm going to honor that request from Mojave. So it's a $100 cash only bond, sir. So if you post that, then you'll be released, of course. But if you don't, then you'll be transported up to Mojave in the near future. That should happen anyways. But what we're going to do here locally is we're going to set a review hearing for you. It's going to be on April 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And if you're still in custody at that time and have not been taken back to Mojave, if they haven't gotten you, basically, then we'll have another conversation at that time. But for now, it's a $100 cash only bond, and then that takes care of it. If you do post a bond, you get out of custody, you need to head up to Mojave County. You need to report to Mojave County and address the child support obligation, okay?
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a job. If I were to be released, I could get that $100 to you.
Okay, well,
$100.
yeah, so I mean, if you have any sort of money or access to money in your personal property, like if you have your wallet with you when you were taken in custody, then you can address it that way. But for now, sir, I am going to hold you on that bond because Mojave is asking me to, and so that's why I'm going to do it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Keanu Ignacio.
Mr. Ignacio, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug and possess drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of those allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. And additionally, to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial, and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services and set what's called a steps court hearing. Ms. Seamanette Keller, any objection to that?
No, no.
All right. So that's what we're going to do. So, Mr. Ignacio, you may be eligible for a pretty good program called STEPS. It looks like you are eligible for it. So it's a good opportunity in the sense that it gives you a way to have this entire case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. Okay, so The way it works is as I think you've been told, is that you need to come back to court 1 week from today. There's going to be a court date. It's called a steps court hearing at 9 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, the 9th. So the 9th at 9 o'clock. It's in Superior Court on the 3rd floor. And if you show up to that hearing, sir, you're interested in the program, you can sign up for it then, learn more about it, talk to an attorney at that time. But if you complete what you need to complete, then, case gets dismissed. It's a good opportunity. So I'm going to set that hearing for you. We're all setting the preliminary hearing on May 18th, 1:30 in the afternoon. You are going to be released today to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also going to order that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. So that should take care of it, sir. Other than that, you need to come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant will issue for your arrest, okay?
All right.
All right, your excuse, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
My name is Michael Kessler.
All right, Mr. Kessler, this is your initial appearance. Just a second.
Recorded.
And we do also have a victim on the line that I'm going to address in just a moment. And ma'am, the victim, are you on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I heard a prompt say that this call will be recorded. You're not recording this, are you?
No.
Okay. Because it's important that you not record this, because that would be bad for you.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Kessler, this is your initial appearance, and you've been charged with a couple different things. It's actually a total of 3 things. 2 counts of tampering with a witness and 1 count of aggravated harassment, all of which are felonies, Class 6 felonies. You're presumed innocent of those allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And
This call is no longer being recorded.
you do have the right to remain silent. And I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, sir. And that is the Pima County Public Defender's Office. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did read and review the information in the interim complaints, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 bond on one of the 2 cases, and then a $5,000 bond on the other of the 2 cases. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I'll just note that there is a pending misdemeanor domestic violence case. The allegations in the interim complaints are concerning, and given Mr. Kessler's failures to comply with previous court orders, I think a bond is appropriate.
Thank you very much. And I should have asked this sooner, but ma'am, the victim, are you Miss Cohn?
Yes, I'm his wife.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want to, you're obviously welcome to tune in for these hearings, but did you want to address the court as far as anything you'd like the court to know? I'm going to be deciding whether or not he remains in custody or whether or not he gets new bonds as it relates to these 2 cases. And then also if he, any other conditions, no contact provisions, things like that. So, ma'am, is there anything you'd like me to know in that regard?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to make it known that he made extremely serious threats. He basically said that if I did not take my restraining order off of him, which I did end up doing, he would hurt me, he would hurt my family, that he would cut my face off. And I decided to get back with him because of these threats that were made to me. On the 31st, the defendant appeared before the judge and was specifically warned not to commit any further acts of domestic violence. Immediately after leaving that hearing, within moments of speaking to the judge, he began making extremely violent statements saying that he needed his gun back and that he was going to rape and kill the judge. Hearing those statements made me very scared. These threats escalated later that night and were directed towards me. He that was when he made the statement about cutting half my face off, and whether he's in jail or whether he's out of jail, whether it takes 1 to 2 to 3 years, he would find me. He also mentioned habeas corpus, saying that if there's no body, there's no evidence. I'm presuming that I'm the body. These are not isolated statements. Like, this is a pattern of like threat and intimidation and control. Because of the serious threats, I would ask that you keep him and that these threats are taken very seriously. The police and everyone also has a lot of evidence of this, and yeah, I just want you to know that I'm really scared for my safety and the safety of everyone else.
Thank you for that information, ma'am. Just a moment. And the court also does note that it is in receipt of a Form 4C series of responses, reference the nature of this case and so forth. And the court has reviewed the responses as it relates to that. So, Ms. Simonette Keller, what would you like me to know, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Kessler would like me to share to the court that he's denying any of the statement that was explained by the alleged victim. He would like also me to tell you that he has some injuries. And also, he would like to ask for release to pretrial services or a low bond for those cases due to his indigent status. He has no prior felony conviction. It's also currently noted as not being a current violent offense, and he has no prior failure to appear in the past 2 years or even prior failure to appear at all, and he has no prior violent conviction.
All right, thank you. So as to each of the matters, sir, I'm going to hold you on a $20,000 cash secured bond. The court has concerns based on the information that's in the interim complaint. You are presumed innocent of those allegations, sir, but the information in the interim complaint reflects a pattern of behavior that's very concerning to the court. So setting your next court date is a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you post a bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also, certain conditions include that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms or weapons, you must surrender those firearms or weapons to the local law enforcement agency. And additionally, sir, the court is going to order that you submit to a mental health evaluation. And so I'm including that in there as well. And your next court date, as I said, April 13th. So please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender, and they can assist you with all that I've said. Thank you very much. Oh, one last thing, sir. If you do get out of custody and you don't come back to court, then a warrant will issue for arrest. So please be sure to come back to court. Okay. Thank you. And to the victim, thank you for being here this morning. And also,
thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. One last thing is that I believe I ordered no contact with the victim, but I want to reiterate, or I guess say it very clearly, that no contact means no contact in any way, shape, or form. That means if you're in the jail, no phone calls from the jail, no messaging from the jail. If you're out of the jail, no phone, anything, no in-person, no contact means no contact whatsoever. Do you understand that, sir?
Your Honor, 1 second. He has, I think, a question. I just want to go over it.
You got it.
We're all good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Thomas Lawson.
All right. Just a second.
Okay.
So, Mr. Lawson, unfortunately, you're not on our list this morning. You did not make the cutoff for this morning's initial appearances. So, wait,
Okay.
give me just a second.
Sure.
Hang on just a second while I'm looking at something.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Your
I'm
Honor,
sorry.
this is Lisa from Pretrial Services.
Yeah.
Who is listed on the court list as Thomas Lawson?
Got it. Yeah, I see that now. Thank you. So one moment, sir. We can take care of this morning.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, you got it. And thank you, Lisa, as well, Miss Pomalillo. Hopefully I'm saying that remotely correctly.
You are, thank you.
Yep, you got it. All right. So, sir, this is your initial appearance, Mr. Lawson. And I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you committed aggravated driving under the influence. You're presumed innocent of that, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I would simply note that Mr. Lawson, does have a prior DUI conviction from 2023, and he does have a higher new criminal activity and failure to appear score with a 4 on the NCA and a 3 on the FTA. So, Your Honor, given that, I believe a bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Seamanette Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services. Mr. Lawson's misdemeanor prior is from 2023, but his other priors are old. The last one is from 1987. He's also retired and does not have employment, which means that he's indigent and will not be able to pay such a high amount, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And he also just told me that he takes care of his mother as well.
Okay. All right. This is a close one, but Mr. Lawson, sir, if I release you, are you willing to follow some important conditions that I'm going to tell you about? There's really 3 things that you need to do. Not drive without a valid driver's license, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and come back to court. Are you willing to do those 3 things?
By all means, yes, sir.
All right. So in light of that, I am going to release you, sir. But it's really important that you not drink and you not drive, let alone doing them together. You're presumed innocent of the allegations, so I'm not making any conclusions. But it's just important that you follow the court's orders as it relates to that. And so your next court date, sir, is going to be a preliminary hearing. And that's going to be on April 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. And please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they will tell you more about that process as the date gets closer. And also, sir, if you don't come back to court, then a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right. So please come on back.
Oh, you will see me. Yes, sir.
All righty, sir. Have a good day. Oh, sorry. Good morning, sir.
What are you?
Please tell me your name.
Nicholas Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, I'm seeing you on a warrant that alleges that you possessed a narcotic drug, 2 counts of that, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, and then possession of drug paraphernalia. This is alleged to have happened on July 7th of 2025, so last summer. You're presumed innocent of these allegations, sir, and anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. So in order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information on the warrant, and I'm not sure that I have a state's recommendation. Mr. Taylor, what was the state's position on that?
Your Honor, my apologies. I sent in a second batch.
Oh, no.
The state is recommending, given the prior failures to appear in this case, a $1,000 fine.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Seamanette Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking for release to pretrial services to give a chance to Mr. Lewis to appear to his court date in person. It is noted by pretrial that the supervening indictment, the notice was sent to general delivery. There is no indication that he received that indictment or any notice. He also made a statement saying that he was not aware that the charges were being filed, the indictment, or that a warrant was issued.
Thank you very much. So, sir, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, given that it does seem to be the case that there was that what was mailed to you to alert you of the case being refiled was mailed to nowhere you would have found it. To general delivery is about as good as not having an address at all. So, in any event, sir, I am going to release you. It's going to be the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also going to order that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs and no firearms or weapons. And your next court date, sir, it's going to be 1 week from today. That's an arraignment. It's going to be on Thursday, the 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's really important that you come to Superior Court for that arraignment next Thursday in the afternoon, because if you do not do that, you'll probably get a new warrant for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please tell me your name?
Maybe Malachi.
All right, Miss Malachi.
Malachi.
Malachi, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't say that quite right. Miss Malachi, my apologies. This is your initial appearance.
Mhm.
And I'm seeing you on a couple things, so give me a sec. The things that I'm seeing you on are 2 counts of, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. And then also there's an allegation that you committed theft by control, which is a misdemeanor. The first 2 are felonies. And just a second, you're presumed innocent of all these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent. In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond and set a steps court hearing. It does also appear that you may be held on another matter. So just a second. Right, so it looks like you're being held without bond in relation to a failure to appear on a felony matter at a superior court. So I'm not dealing with that part of it today. You'll be back in front of the judge on that one in the near future. And the state is requesting that $1,000 bond in lieu of a no bond hearing. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
Thank you, Rod. Ms. Simonette Keller?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking for the bond to be lower than $1,000, Your Honor. She's unemployed and he's homeless, so she's indigent. He has no means of posting anything.
Thank you very much. I am going to impose that $1,000 cash secured bond based on the apparent existence of another case, and also the 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale from pretrial. And so, if you post that bond, you're going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. It also looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a good opportunity if you're eligible for it, in the sense that if you agree to participate in some drug treatment and you then stay in contact with pretrial services as the case plays out, then it's possible that you could have the entire case dismissed. You don't need to sign up for that today, but it's something that is, in my opinion, a decent opportunity to learn more about. Are you interested in hearing more about that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to set a court date for you. It's going to be 1 week from today. That's going to be on Thursday the 9th. It's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be in front of Judge Miller on the 3rd floor of Superior Court. So if you're in custody, ma'am, still at that time, you'll be brought to court for the hearing. If you're out of custody, then it's important that you come back to court on the 9th, because if you don't do that, you could lose the ability to participate in that program and you could get a warrant for your arrest. Court is also going to order that you not consume or possess any alcohol or illegal drugs and submit to monitoring or treatment as recommended by pretrial services if you are out of custody. All right, so that takes care of that. And we have to talk about the Justice Court matter real quick, which is the theft allegation. So on that, I'm gonna release you on that one. Actually, I'm gonna hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on that one because it'll get you a couple things. It'll get you time credit, it'll get you a faster court date, and it'll get you an attorney appointed. So on that, I'm appointing William Parvin to be your attorney. Your next court date will be tomorrow. It's going to be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll probably be seen on video. It's at Justice Court. So if you're out of custody, you need to come back to Justice Court. And going to order that you not go back to the incident location where this theft is alleged to have occurred. That looks like it's at 6100 or 6001 North Oracle. So somewhere up in probably Oracle and Orange Grove or Ina area. Please don't go back there, wherever it was. And that takes care of it, ma'am. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Molina.
Good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Ricardo Molina.
Mr. Molina, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. All right. Seeing you on a couple charges, one of which alleges that you possessed a weapon while being a prohibited possessor, and that you also discharged a firearm in the city limit. You are presumed innocent of both of these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. In order to prepare for this hearing or review, you'd say one other thing. Also appointing an attorney, sir. It's going to be the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,500 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, this is, I would say a closed case. Mr. Molina is a prohibited possessor, and he does have, I would say, a significant and in some ways concerning juvenile record. There was a discharge in this case that appears to have been accidental in nature, but it did put potentially other people in the community at risk, and he shouldn't have been around firearm in any regard. So, Your Honor, given everything in this case, I think a bond is appropriate, and so we are recommending the $2,500 bond at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Feminette Keller.
Yes, Your Honor, we are asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor. He is noted as level 1 nonviolent. He has a FTA score of 1, a low NCA score of 2. He has an address that is verified by his ID where his uncle is living. There will be no firearms at that address. He has no prior felony conviction, no prior misdemeanor conviction, like both of them as an adult, no prior failure to appear. And I would like to note the fact that he's only 18 years old, which means that if he stays at the Pima County Jail, he could be a target for any gang-related activities. So yeah, for those reasons, we're asking for release to pretrial services, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Just a moment. So, sir, the court is going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. The court does that based on the juvenile history as noted by pretrial services, along with the idea that you should really not have a weapon at all, period, and yet you're alleged to have done so. So in light of that, the court's going to order that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons if you get out of custody, sir. No firearms or weapons. It's that $1,000 cash secured bond. Public defender is going to represent you. Your preliminary hearing is on April 13th at 1:30. So please stay in contact with your attorney. They can talk with you about that more. And it's important that you come back to future court dates, sir, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're excused.
Mr. Noriega.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Just tell me your name.
Guadalupe Noriega.
Noriega, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charges that allege you possess a dangerous drug and possess drug paraphernalia. You are presumed innocent of these allegations, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. It's going to be the Pima County legal defender. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is I release you to the supervision of pretrial services and set what's called a steps court hearing. Ms. Simonette Keller, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
That's what I'm going to do, sir. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm going to set your next court date. Well, I'm setting a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 18th, 1:30 in the afternoon. It also looks like you're eligible for a program called STEPS. I know Ms. Simonette Keller has talked with you about it just a little bit so far, I think. So it's a good opportunity, sir, assuming that you're eligible for it in the sense that if you agree to comply with or take care of some drug treatment, stay in contact with pretrial services, and then you follow through and do that, then the case would be dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. So it's a pretty good opportunity, assuming that you're eligible. Are you interested in hearing more about that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to set that court date. It's 1 week from today. It's on Thursday, the 9th. And that's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court. You're not obligated to do anything other than come back to court. You can hear more about the program at that time, talk with an attorney. If you're interested in signing up for it at that time, then you can do that. All right. So no alcohol or illegal drugs I'm going to order, and then that should take care of it, sir. You are excused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Obregón.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Alexander Oron.
All right, Mr. Obregón, I have some good news. The state is moving to dismiss your matter without prejudice. So who am I to stand in the way of that? So I'm going to dismiss this matter this morning. You are going to be released from custody today's date. And so that takes care of it. However, one thing that I need to let you know is that this dismissal is without prejudice. So what that means is that the case could be refiled by the state in the future. My guess is it probably won't, but it could be. So it's important that if you get information in the mail saying, hey, you got a court date, you need to come back to it, that you come back to that court date, sir. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks. You're excused. You should be out of the jail in the next couple hours or so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, hang on. Sorry. One thing. I'm sorry. You do have a case at a Tucson City Court that I almost missed. So let me talk to you about the City Court case real quick, and then we'll be done.
Okay.
So on that, sir, you're alleged to have committed shoplifting and disorderly conduct. That's alleged to have happened back in early September of last year. And so if on that one, sir, if I release you, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to release you. And your next court date on that is going to be on May 4th. And that's going to be at 9:30 in the morning in Tucson City Court for a pre-trial. And I'm going to order that you not go back to the incident location.
Got it.
And you not have any contact with the alleged victim. And then that takes care of it, other than to let you know, sir, that if you don't come back to court on that case, not only could you get a warrant for your arrest, but you also could have the trial go forward in your absence. If that trial went forward in your absence and you were convicted without being there, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction if you did not show up within 90 days. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. You're excused.
Yep.
Good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Shantley Parton, Your Honor.
All right. part, and this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possessed a narcotic drug, possessed a dangerous drug, committed aggravated domestic violence, and then you possessed drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. And you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint contract attorney, Nick Brereton. Nick Brereton is going to be your attorney. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you without bond pursuant to Arizona law, which says that if you're on release for one felony offense, you commit a new felony offense while on release for the first one, then you could be held without bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further, sir? Okay, thank you. Ms. Simonette Keller? All right, thank you. And that's going to be on Tuesday, April 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And additionally, sir, I'm going to set a preliminary hearing for you. It's going to be on the 13th. That's Monday, April 13th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And so the court's also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no further acts of domestic violence, and have no contact with the alleged victim whatsoever. Do not go to the alleged victim's residence and or place of work. And please stay in contact with your attorney, Mr. Brereton. He can talk with you more about what all is going on. And if you do get out of custody, sir, you got to come back to court, because if you don't, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
So does this have effect on my other pretrial?
So on that one, I'm not doing anything as it relates to that other matter. So I'm not touching that at all, because it's just not before the court right now. But as to this new arrest, you're being held without bond on that. However, you do have the right to challenge that. Like, the state doesn't get to just say you're being held without bond forevermore. They have to prove what the law requires. They have to prove that you committed a new felony offense, and they have to prove that you did it while you had a first felony offense that you were out on release for. So you got to prove all that stuff. So the hearing on Tuesday at 1:30 in the afternoon is for them to do that. They might do that where they call a witness and they try and put their evidence on. They also may just elect to argue for a bond instead of that. So that's all to be determined, but just stay in contact with Mr. Brereton. Don't talk about this case with anyone other than your attorney, and then you'll have that hearing on Tuesday, okay?
Yes. One last question, sir.
Sure.
For the no bond hearing, is it possible that there's a possibility that pretrial would possibly let me out again if the state recommended or was granted?
So it's possible. I mean, it's possible, but there's some things would have to happen. So basically, yeah, it's possible that would happen. Mr. Brereton could explain the different options there. So just have a chat with him, and he can fill you in more. Okay.
Okay. And will he come see me then, sir?
That I don't know. It depends on his schedule and his availability, but his phone number will be on the paperwork that you get, so you should be able to give him a call. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day.
Porras.
Sure.
Hello.
Morning. Could you please tell me your name?
Morning. Game for us?
Of course. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on some different things. So one moment, please. All right. So I'm seeing you on an indictment out of Pima County Superior Court alleging that you failed to appear in relation to possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, and then possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm also seeing you on 5 failures to appear at a Tucson City Court on charges ranging from criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, there's 3 of those, to 2 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia. So on all this stuff, sir, you're presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. In order to prepare for the hearing, I did review the information from pretrial services, the information from the warrant and the state's recommendation, which is I hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further, sir?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simonette Keller.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for release to pretrial services for us to have a chance to come in person pre-trial. Noted in their report that the summons were mailed to an address, but apparently it was returned to sender as well. And Mr. Porras noted that he was not aware of any warrant or any scheduled hearing. And also the address the summons was sent to does not match the address that Mr. Porras gave to pretrial. So it will give him a chance now that he is aware to be able to come in person. He also has a job that he will be losing if he cannot be out of custody.
All right, thank you for that. I will tell you, I am going to hold him on the city cases. So does that inform your recommendation, Ms. Simonette Keller? Do you want a bond for credit, or do you still want him released on the felony?
No, then we can do a nominal bond for time credit, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I am going to, given the address irregularities, or at least a possibility of that, I am going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on the felony matter, sir. And additionally, going to order that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, possess no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment. It's 1 week from today. That's on Thursday the 9th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And that's going to be in Superior Court downtown. So if you're out of custody by then, sir, you got to come back to that arraignment, because if you don't, you'll probably get a new warrant. You'll probably be in the same seat that you're in right now. We got to talk about the misdemeanor. Go ahead.
Can we just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, sure.
I just need to go to work.
We're okay, Your Honor. We can proceed with the misdemeanor, and then I can share with the court if needed.
Okay. Thank you very much. So just a moment. So on the city cases, I told you what the charges are, but it looks like there's 5 different failures to appear. And so on those, sir, I am going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. If you post the bond, a couple things. You're going to be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and do not go back to any of the incident locations. I'm appointing the city public defender's office to represent you, sir. And going to set your next court date as a video review. That's going to be on April 10th at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Hale. And that should take care of it, other than to let you know, sir, that if you post the bond, sir, you're out of custody. It's important you come back to court, because not only could a warrant issue for your arrest if you don't, but trial could go forward in your absence on these matters. And if you were taken to trial and convicted and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You're excused. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Just tell me your name.
This is what the
This is your initial appearance. You're being seen, or you've been arrested on a charge that alleges organized retail theft using an artifice to commit a theft. And you're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as well. And you have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Yeah, me no money.
Your Honor, Mr. Zazueta does does not have any felony criminal history, but Your Honor, given the risk of him failing to appear, I believe a bond is appropriate.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Jimenez Keller?
Yes, one moment. Your Honor, we're asking for release to pretrial services. It's currently not a violent offense. He, I've noted he has no prior felony conviction. And apology, my mouse is not working. Here we go. He also, his mom confirmed that he can use her address for mailing purposes, residential purposes, and she can offer transportation. He also has mentioned to me that he is unemployed and cannot afford the $1,000 bond due to his indigent status.
Thank you very much. So, sir, if I release you to the supervision of pretrial services, will you do a couple things? Will you not go back to Hobby Lobby, and will you come to?
Yep. Definitely, sure.
Okay.
I want to hear all that stuff.
All right. So I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Your next court date is going to be on April 22nd. That's April 22nd, 1:30 in the afternoon, for a preliminary hearing. Your attorney's at the public defender, as I said, so please stay in contact with them as the case plays out and that PH date gets closer. I'm going to order that you not go back to the incident location. Also, no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And it's important that you come back to court, sir, because if you do not do that, you're going to get a warrant for your arrest. You'll probably be in the same seat that you're sitting in right now. And then it's probably likely that you would be held at that time. So please come on back to court, sir. Okay. Have a good day. You're
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
For Stillman? Yes. For what?
Hopeless.
Okay.